Alright, before we get into this, I'm going to do a little bit of it. Like, channel update, I guess you could call it. Alright, that looks a little bit better. Sorry about that. But let's do a little bit of a channel update. I started to upload some videos. Last year's PFL on this year. 3 of them are right now are still in limbo because of an issue that YouTube is kind of fixed with upload. Kind of discovered this when there is an issue. So some people have been hit by it, some people have not. I don't know if it's fully fixed. I haven't had any issues in 2 days, which is good. So we're already scheduled all the way up. Oh, that would be because I'm not connected. Let's try this again. This must sound a lot better now. This must sound way better now. All right, let's try this again. So I have been uploading videos last year's PFL season because we aren't doing one this year because we have to rebuild the entire league. But there was another reason why I canceled this too. But I have three videos that is still currently in limbo. So if you notice there wasn't any uploads yesterday, well, that's because 2 of the ones that were scheduled yesterday are sitting in limbo. And today, if you're only wondering why you got 1 today, 1 of them's sitting in limbo because they're still processing over on YouTube side. YouTube is having an issue with uploading videos, so that is one of the things that they're trying to fix. For 2 days straight, I haven't had any issues with uploading videos. I'm all the way up to February 21st right now, so they will become public once their time has been reached. So I will still continue to upload more and scheduling them so you're not being bombarded with every single game a day. I'm going to still stick with 2 uploads. If I had more viewers watching it, I would probably get more than 15 cents off of video. But it seems like this last one here, I only got about 15. So I'm still making more than what it was before I was in partner program. When I was in the light program. So that's still good. Now let's get to the stream. What happened last week, Di? A lot. Well, we found a rebel hideout. So that was good. Which doesn't say too much about the priest, knowing that he's a rebel. And we'll figure out what's going on in this trial. We're still considered dead man walking. March 12th, 9:34 a.m. Hello, Phoenix. High Court of Korean. Accused Bobby. For Maya. Hi. For Maya. Maya looks awesome. I can't blame her. I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do it. Let's do this together. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream come true. Kill Samurai versus the Plum Punisher, right? Bet. I kind of not noticed that they actually emphasized Maya's, where her lips were kind of fairly unnoticed in the trilogy. Look as if you did not sleep last night. Written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rayford doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Remember what I said. She's gonna have a difficult time doing the right or doing the divination dance. Go ahead, Gordon. Gain confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last right, the red day. This was my image. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head in. A12. High Quarter Kurian. They only have courtroom. Oh, then if everyone is ready, defense is ready, your man. That's without further. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sudmati? I already offered my prayers to the latest victim during my visit. Seeing that the accused has already been found guilty of first murder. Let us trial. So we must say put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. Yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. Today, he will be tried for the murder of disciple, Wright Ace. Now then, Prosecutor Sodmart, opening statement if you will. The accused has now slain two of the most Soviet clergymen, Brian. Even the low level of hell of the tickling. Not be punished. Then what terrible fate awaits her? Alikapulhan Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jigar by the Kalum of Ulumonten. Furthermore, enough! But my blood runs cold at the mere thought of that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue. Minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest, disciple Faraz Allah. Had been considered the high priest while living at the priest's house. I had met him. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. Murder occurred at the plaza of divination. Devotion. During the purification, was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful to prayer. The Warbar dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. Stabbing caused the spinal cord to tilt him. Oh, the Warbar dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established Prince incredibly doing it. No. No, I didn't do it!
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now behold that the serial killer. Prosecution believes that the death penalty is only possible. Friends scared to respond. The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worship. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? Render a verdict. No, not really. Not really. As such, I see no need to make this any further. What? Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, be clear for all to imagine. Might I have a word? Something the better, prosecutor said, Marty? About the divination.
That's enough!
For benevolence. Stop right there, prosecutor said, Marty. If you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Bobhead, have you made peace with your fate? This time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapon at my disposal. Our only hope now is that we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insight. Very well. Divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes. Let us begin. China.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Hello. That's what we were talking about. don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? The benevolence. What in the world? I was unable to invoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit many times, but no avail. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it before. I must go perform a divination. Our custom prosecution. That is why I sought to stop for benevolence performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the hall. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold. That's not the case. That is not the case. I am not anything of the sort! Poor girl. She's got enough anxiety as it is. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I don't know why! It is my secret duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last right. God has already taken this account when preparing for it. I am fully capable of proof. Don't, with or without a divination. Ha 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 ha. You never failed to impress, Prosecutor Son Marty. Ah. Divination seance was my one and only hope. Magistrate, her benevolence says she isn't tired. So, shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? Oh, curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accuser's crime. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday somebody told me something that changed my mind. Divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. I don't have anything to fall back on. Maya, please. Not helping. How dare you! The voice of the Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances, this, on the road. It'd be best not to burden her. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter arguments about this? No, of course not. I'll right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination happen. So, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, no further. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance. As Prosecutor Son Marty suggested. Thank you. I will not forget this, barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. I hope not. Now then, I will now proceed fighting. I know the case at hand. Very well. The lead detective would please come to the stand. Again. Sorry, Miss Detective Sky. I understand how you wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends. Must look like Elsa. But there is only one way to save. By giving their soul a chance to burn away the taints of sins. Eternal. I can't do this. Oh, no eating in the secret holes of justice. This guy. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. Just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right? Thanks. Okay. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted. Very well, Detective Sky. Let me start with an overview of this. Review. The latest victim was Sheree Bilot. He had been training under the high priest, living at his home for the past 2 years. The high priest's widow, believed, has identified the victim's body. May have been taken to travel and killed this victim's high priest. Could be vice versa. Gee, well, that certainly makes. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't listen. Have any evidence in my arsenal? What am I going to do now? What is in my? Just wondering about how much actually calculates a lot, because just might prove as to why the divination seance failed. He's thinking, what are you getting at? Well, through my investigation, if it told me about how the divination, I could figure out why it failed. Maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Well, you already know you're rolling this guy. We're not using evidence. Oh look, we have all 5 of those up on screen now. Remember we ended the last trial with just 1 left? We have to blame Andy for that one, don't we?
Hold it!
No. What kind of person was Acolyte Salat? According to the neighbors and others, he devoted you. I too, person. Arvin, suppose you might say he was the high priest. Stars. Furthermore,
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? Statements from his neighbors, fellow monks. They all corroborated our. What about you, Maya? I first. Does a lot praying under high priest. The results of the police investigation checked out. Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID that the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Well, no. He also checked the ID card he carried in the data in his family registry. But for what? Personal information didn't match any for public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Nope, it's not going to be his address. Because he doesn't have an address. He literally does not have an address. So the only other option left is his name is not real. The victim just decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased face and name to summon their spirits. Why, yes, that is indeed true. He was using forged ID, and there is mention of him in our public records. Then likely in your immigrant. They are not uncommon here. Right. Illegal immigrant? I'm to think that Draper mentioned something about immigrants. If that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without divination seance this time. I had always thought that Appalachia lot was Brian E. Rumpelstiltskin? I think you might have misspelled that. But close enough. Oh, the high priest must have laminated his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? This is an important fact. Please add this to the testimony. Seemed to be a fact most. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said. Yes, ma'am. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Tryon, Italy? No, I don't have any. There's also no evidence of him citizen of Tryon. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence together? That's probably our only hope. He really wasn't legal, and our proverbial goose is probably cooked.
Hold it!
Why isn't the Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection!
that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. No longer a point of dispute. I will not allow you to do so. I just heard banging in the kitchen. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if the other one was resolved. That last trial is connected. So that verdict really does not count until this one is resolved. but no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady filled actually polite spot because particularly leads him to the rebel. So that's not true! Sorry. The verdict had already been read in the case. Just like I said, because this trial, that verdict is null and void right now. Until this one gets solved. Because they're both connected. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination failed, but nothing changed. Yeah, we're in big trouble. He really was an illegal immigrant. It's going to be really hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. So that is where we're going to have to do, is look through our evidence, find his real name. Okay, so we have to go through and figure out where his real name. So what we're going to do differently is we're going to go into details because the description may not stay. Okay? So you ready? Okay, let's take a look at Lady Kira remains the battle rebels. The Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Some town elders see her as Kira. Flash. Some rumors are filling him for today's purification rite. Thick white ice that froze the ground near sanctum to the plaza of devotion yesterday has melted. Right can now go on his plan. To give thanks for the blessing of the Holy Mother and Kira. Escape prisoner alert. Police are asking the subject to be on the lookout for male surgeon escaped from Royal Penitentiary. Weather forecast. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm clear skies. The warmer temperature will make for excellent fair weather. Warned, however, that full move in over south. Of the death, loss of blood, abdominal wound caused by a blade weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the warlord's dagger used to fight. Mark on his face is one borne by all members of the Trianist clergy. Somewhere on their body, records of who has what mark, where are kept, are at the temple. That could actually help us out. Photograph. Spring water was already stained red when described as the right. Not perform the right. Know what you are planning. Maya got this in exchange for her steel samurai watch. Pressing the Magatama on the belt plays punishment scheme. Begins with some grinding. Maya says the iconic sound makes a difference. It sounds exactly like the steel samurai theme song. Okay, so this is autopsy. Spinal cord injury from a stab wound to his back. The weapon is thought to be the Warba dagger, the same weapon used to kill the high priest. The flag was found to deposit portion of the line. At the usual spot, bring grub. Photograph. Family photo was taken during the blessings were customary to partake in dishes made with skill. Dishes are only prepared during the start session made before the rite. Must be finished by 3 p.m. So it's only got a diamond on it. So if the records are held in the temple, that's where we're going to find who it is. The priestess acting as Lady Kira representative must know her is stop. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart. Go to prayer. The name of her eminence. Those who would support criminals. Justice. Alright. So, out of all of those, what are we going to be using? We're going to probably end up using this autopsy report, which does not refer to our victim, it refers to our last victim because of page 2, which reads, the mark on his face is one worn by all members of the Cryanist clergy somewhere on their body. Records of who has a mark and where are kept in the temple. So if that is true, then we'll be able to find his real name at the temple based upon the little diamond that's on his forehead. So this should be correct.
Objection!
Oh, that's not correct. Statement is inconsistent with the piece of evidence. Let it go and move on. Abandon this fully. You know we're very well your evidence proves nothing. Nice try, but you can't make me give up. I'm going to prove I'm right. You can prove your finger as much as you want, but you're simply wasting your time. No, they didn't want that, but it is a pitiful sight to see a lawyer who doesn't know when he's beat. Traditionally, that would help, but I guess that's not the one they want. Okay. I'll just need to hang in there a little longer. But that second page would have helped because there's this, go to the temple and find his record. He's got a diamond on his forehead. Let's identify him by the diamond. It's the only mark he's got. You want to come on camera? Wasn't that the reason why you were sitting here? Was waiting to be on camera? And why you were sitting here? You be on camera? Dayusi misses you. Right, Day? Dayusi misses you. Who wants to come and see you? Crime scene photo. This one.
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Cryonese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. Because it's a little hard to see, but look closer. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Cryonese. Fair, I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Cryonese. Okay, so where do you think it proves it? Mark
Take that!
Look at the tattoo right here. Was that a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. You really like peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in the country. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectar and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the south. I've suddenly got a craving for peaches after the trial mile. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It's not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Have you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the high priest's brow? Oh my! What? This mark is only borne by members of the Cryonese clergy. So that is what. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark on all Cryonese clergy bear. Hey, you're right! Till about 20 so odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself wear one on my neck. That is extremely too much information, Your Majesty. Information. Oh, yeah. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. We seek information on the... I have it all right here. Oh my! Never cease to admit. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There's just one, and his name is Real Emu. He became a monk 20 years ago. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been. Man, that's not important right now. The important thing is, we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. Lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is extremely impersistent. Poor but Diggy's favorite. We wouldn't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbhead. Foolishness shall yield no gratitude. For with the truth revealed by my insight, I shall gladly see your demise. Bring it on, princess, because I will correctly interpret every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Oh. It's just as Mr. Wright surmised, Urezula wasn't the victim's real name. Now at last, we have seen the victim's final moment. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. So I'm gonna talk about that little cutscene with Rafa. If he appears in the next Ace Attorney game, they really need to redo that. She was the only one in the courtroom. Did you notice? The judge was gone, prosecution was gone, both Maya and Phoenix was gone, and the entire gallery was gone. Rafer was the only one there. So if they if she appears in Ace Attorney 7, they need to redo that. So the prosecution, the defense, the judge, and the gallery is all there. But I could probably understand why they did that. The 3DS probably could not handle all those models. They're not sprites, they're models. Unlike the the Phoenix Wright trilogy, where they were only sprites, these are models. The courtroom is actually modeled. It is not a hand-drawn background. It's actually a real model. Game logic, yeah. So, I, on the other hand, have discovered some conclusive evidence that established the accused's guilt. Unfortunately, he's actually seen the entire seance completely wrong. We know exactly what it was he was looking at. He's dead. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Marty, what is this conclusive evidence found? Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item confiscated during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plum Punisher strap. When you press the Magatama on the Plum Punisher's belt, well, we're gonna find more about it. Seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. Really? The strap is an extremely rare item. Not. You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. I know. Just as I said, your life is fancy. I've come crashing down on you. You seem to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It's time to accept the faith of the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. Better than a conclusive evidence check. So then, if there are no further objections, go down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter argument. Well, what's this? Do you take issues with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues. Don't know where they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. Divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. I know when you, lawyer. I am the only one who speaks of the mythm of the. If you believe there's the errors in my insights, then let us see your prove it. The victim was offering up his prayers. It's the night of the rite, with dark patterns on the plaza's ground was. Then someone was there. The theme, the Plum Punisher, filled the accused held the defenseless victim down, plunged her knife into the blade struck through, and that instant parted. That is everything experienced. The benevolence is vivid, and I didn't notice any holes. They stand now. Those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over every one of the stations very carefully. Pause. Oh, He's smelling food. That's what that is. He's smelling food. So it's being prepared. Sure, that's from his breath. Kind to the right. Dark. Pattern on the plaza ground was visible. Not the plaza that we already know. Yes, we do know where he's at. Then someone was there, and the scene from Punisher. The accused held the defenseless victim down, and plunged the knife into. But it says heavy, so he doesn't feel like he's being pushed down. Something was leaned on him, and the weight is being pushed up against him like this. So, pain. So let's look at that. And you can see that it moves in the vision. See, it moves. So that tells you something. Nobody pushed him down. It's very odd that she missed that. So because you could see that it was falling on him. That clearly is visible. Because if he was pushed on, if it was being pushed onto him, why would it go dark? Why would it suddenly just go dark like that? If he was just suddenly being pushed to the ground like that. Second statement. This statement. It was the night of the right. Oh, it's dark. The pattern on the plaza ground visible. So now we have to figure out what vision. Personally, it could be the second vision, or the third, or the fourth, because they show anything. First one and the last one are black. Played it again. Which segment of the vision are we picking? This is the second panel right here. But how much of the second panel are we seeing? Because you can't really say the second panel because you've got to actually, there has to be something on there that we have to see. No? That's what that's right there. So
Objection!
was it really the night of the right? What do you mean? Could not be otherwise. The accused slew acolytes the law after killing the high priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased's spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Ingil? Acolytes a lot shouldn't have smelled any gingo on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence to you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingo on the night of the rite. Would this be it? Really? That would be this. That would be this statement, wouldn't it? Because this case right here, the family photo was taken during the lesson, where it's customary to partake in a dish, a routine meal. Dishes are only prepared during the feast. It starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. BRB a tiny bit. I drink a lot of water. Did you spill it on yourself? Okay. Okay. I'll wait for you. back. Okay.
Take that!
The high priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the feast of blessing. The feast includes a number of Hindu-based dishes. They're only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite. Well, I believe you're right. I completely forgot about that. During the feast, the unique smell of ginkgo pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I told her about that yet. Forgive me your benevolence. But the estimated time of death is just that, estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to have changed. Well, what's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Boy, I believe I heard something of that sort. If it is as Mr. Wright claimed, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Plot's autopsy report updated in the court record. Phoenix Wright, that was a thing or two from Miles Edgeworth. Barbhead, you blind me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is irreversible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. It's not like he lied. The afternoon, the day before the rite. So it's dark. The pattern on the plaza's ground was. The time of the death has been corrected, leaving my insight fallible. Next, a change in the time of death found to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was, like on that day, it could really help. OBS did a thing. OBS did a thing. I didn't see nothing that showed that our internet was out. OBS did a weird thing. I show no frames dropped either. I didn't see no lights go off on the box on either boxes. Could also just be an OBS thing. Could have. You've always had issues with your laptop, even when the other devices weren't. Okay. So now that's fixed. I didn't lose any frames. It just went to 0 when I was stuck on here, so we didn't lose anything. I'm gonna still blame it on OBS because that was just weird. I would just have to figure out what this is going to. Yeah, you didn't lose anything, Di. I just looked at my bit rate. It went down to 0. I saw no light change on the modem or the Wi-Fi, so I'm assuming that was an OBS issue. Because OBS says it reconnected. So, it didn't say there was no internet. Because usually it would tell me that there was no internet. It went to 0, it bumped back up to 1,000, it dropped back down to 0, and then OBS just reconnected. Didn't tell me that there was no internet. So I'm assuming that it was just an OBS issue. Green floor. We're looking at green floor. What statement are we putting this on? This one? Okay, so site. Doesn't show anything for site on this. Are you sure?
Objection!
The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to the surface. What's this? Ugh, you're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his last moment. You have bats in that foul-fried barb head? There is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. Well, according to the weather report, before the Wright even started, it was covered in snow, was it not? So how were we supposed to see green? And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. I believe it would be our newspaper, would it not? It would have to be the newspaper because that's where I read it.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. What? But victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moment? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that. Ugh. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Well, somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbhead? Giving up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. The evidence, you already know the evidence, right, Di? Rebels hideout. You are correct.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. Rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. And what did the victim see in his final moment if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moment. What did he see? We're going to
take that.
The shaggy green surface that the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two handprints moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection.
That does agree with the seance system. However, one cannot consider they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. What evidence have of that? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab. But is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? I thought it was the high priest's blood that flowed from outside, but we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. And there's going to be more good news for us. It appears the police has finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. Blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Zealot, just like the defense claimed. Detective Sky, realize what has done. When this trial concludes, I want to see my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but anything but that. Maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. Victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. Ah! And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. That would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Probably be the temperature.
Take that!
You truly believe that could affect his estimated time of death? Why not? Then let us test this data. You want me to read it? Pass? Mr. Wright's body may still be alive, but it appears very... I moved that one. Okay. So no one attempted to cover up the true time of death. No, I believe something did. It points to how the time of death was made to appear. You want me to read it? You want me to read it? So, the weather forecast said that there was clear skies, warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. He warned, however, we'll see a cold front moving in over this one.
Take that!
Why, sir, photos of the inner sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow had been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too? And just what do you believe? You believe that proves? And my client is innocent. What if her fingerprints on the dagger? Some Punisher team the victim heard. Have failed to address these evidence. Unfortunately, he's a little behind on this. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in the case can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? Well, what's this? You say you can contradict our argument of a key piece of evidence? Very well. Let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. From Punisher's team? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. Wasn't the strap? Is this true? The item that played the Punisher theme from Punisher's song was this.
Take that!
This is a Plum Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strat that played the theme song? Hey! Do not do its effect with your loyally wild. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. That took a long time to come to this. The victim stood on his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. So there have been some twists and turns. That is the truth of what happened. Ugh. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You'll claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Okay, the victim stood on his feet on the stone slab in the hideout. The afternoon of the day before the rite. And someone there, and this seemed to become Punisher, plunged knife into the defenseless victim's neck. Blade struck true in the hand, then parted from. So this statement is what we're trying to figure out, right? Well, I want to look at this. Okay. But I think I. We are on the fourth statement. Now we just need to figure out the vision. Heavy. Okay. Oh.
Objection!
That seems to be wrong. Your benevolence. Isn't this statement inconsistent with the vision? Inconsistent? I think not. Exactly. That's where the inconsistency lies. No, I believe it is the defense's thought process that the inconsistency lies. Guess there wasn't any there after all. So Andy was wrong.
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. Ah. but he was actually standing with his hands up against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Since the victim was standing, it couldn't have been held down. Eee! And tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation the lot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that the sense of heaviness is also the matter of the lot's hands on the slab. Why were they there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, you have an answer for us? Of course. I just envisioned the state the lot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness that the victim felt was falling slab. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the stab had fallen? The slab fallen on him. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have been both crushed together. Oh, here to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't. Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How can the dagger have been plunged after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the slab. There isn't enough space to shoot any of the weapons found within. Yeah. There's not much space by the entrance. So, what was the murder weapon? I better think. The murder weapon wasn't the dagger. And the dagger must have been punched him after he stabbed. That means he was stabbed at least twice. That actually doesn't mention. And he must have been stabbed in the same spot, something shaped like the dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near this? Thinking. Something that had a sharp similar to the Warbot dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. We only have one piece of evidence to prove on this one. This is not the photo from the scene of the high priest's murder. Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Kuro's lost life. And where is it, Dai?
Take that!
But that is the Warbot statue? Exactly. Warbot statue has a dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You felt like fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? Statue can pull a complete switcheroo. Switcheroo? Put it simply, the revolving door. Revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the stick at Hake's hideout, stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backward. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him. This cannot be! But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Ugh. Did they fail to acknowledge that at all? From both trials, they failed to acknowledge that. This is a shocking tournament, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbot statue was what killed the victim. Warbot statue added to the court record. Now that we know how Acolyte Zalot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this murder. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, you're benevolent. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means of shedding light on the truth. Ugh. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insight. But I been misinterpreting voices of spirits all this time? Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face. As you wish. Feel kind of bad for her. Well then, would have the defense please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zalot was killed in the hideout before the high priest's murder. seems the body found at the Plaza Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbound dagger was thrust into it. Make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we know now. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Salat's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was I'm going to be very honest with you. The second answer is not correct. That was a throw-in answer by Capcom. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. The reasoning has more holes in it than the cheese corners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, full-ridded clumps of curds that only a rat like you would love. Fortunately, rats are not. It's a misconception that rats enjoy cheese. As far as I know, they're lactose intolerant. Your reasoning, much like your full-ridded brain, has petrified. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. Careful analysis of the chain of events of the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the wreck. But Acolyte Salat had followed her there after noticing suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum, he realized what he had done. That is when the accused murdered him, ordered to silence. The lead prosecutor Saud Mahdi has posed a compelling scenario. He needs to prove it. In an actual court of law, he has to prove that. What evidence supports that? The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the...
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Salat's body to where everyone can see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. Dagger is his corpse, likely a warning to trouble. Something along the lines of hero had the giant dragon. So that is what his body was. Now he has the judgment too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. What time for one of your thrones of distress, is it not? Thrones of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. I still haven't proven the allegations against Maya. No time to end your style struggle. You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally no peace. Dead lawyer walking. Again, are not all lawyers practice distance trying? But I must admit, allow me to amend. I had said the defense had a pursued like, but he now realized the tension from his own body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie? Hey, who could have killed Zalot the day before the Wright? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Wright can enter the sanctum. So, wait a second. The rebel would have known about the hideout. The only person who had involved with the Wright had access to the sanctum, was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Something come to mind? Yes. Except there's one huge problem. Huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of this problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pure's Zot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not give such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does. No, there is one who do everything. Was such to your truth? Just tell us who might that be. I believe the prime suspect in his Zot and Acolyte Zalot's murder is... It should be easy. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum who knew of the hideout. That would be the high priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. Who would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales? Have you no shame? Dead man tells no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the high priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. This actually works. Oh no, don't tell me I have something up. I have some of my breakfast caught up between my teeth. Oh, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go. Magistrate. Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the high priest's testimony. The testimony? Just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as you better know this one, Di. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this player finally gone insane? There's only mother. I didn't read all of that. Beast. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. Spirit channeling is a sacred art of only Her Eminence King Guard can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected it, but that means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Korean. Don't worry. It's against the law or violate some religious precept. So, I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period. It'll decide whether you become Master Terrain. We don't have any other choice, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master Terrain. Alright. Thanks, Mike. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. Even her benevolence is a trait of finds divination down. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she aside from that would be me. This is not possible power. Even the royal Hey, peace, I say. Is this true? The accused capable of performing the sacred art of spirit channeling? Well, yes, I can. No, Your Majesty. We'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Corner devil say that. Still your words. Guardhead. Spirit channeling is the most sacred and sacred of art. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is... This is but another of their lies. They shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. You're benevolent? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? No, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. While an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. So that I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of power. That is a foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not retreat from their challenge. Must prove them guilty and deliver their last right. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your very well. The accused may channel the High Priestess spirit. First, must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Till then, this court is adjourned. To be continued. So, do you want us to finish it? More or less going to be about 2 or 3 testimonies. It's going to be a weird week because Wednesday there's not going to be Discord stream. You want a break from Discord streams? That was short. It didn't felt short. Your English is bad. Okay. Yes, let's continue to the next. May 12th. High Court of Karayan. Accused Abi. Sorry, Maya, but this was. Sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me. No, I don't. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. No, you can do it. At least I hope she can. Are you sure you're ready? Yeah, I think. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing. Actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. She fails to channel the high priest. Her good is bad. Relax, man. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training done for me. This will be a moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. Hope so. He was hiding the fact that he was a rebel. I doubt it'll be as cut and dry as all that. They are ready for you. Prepare to return to the Hall of Justice. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. Got it. Here we go. May 12th. High Court of Karayan. We have received official approval from Channel of Spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Ray, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe it. Please, please, Channel of Spirit. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Yes. Come on, Maya. Counting on you. I've been studying. I have been studying here, Brian, for 2 years. So that one day I will be the master Crane, Village of Spirit Media back home. First, I'll show you all the fruits of my training. And seems really confident. Neophyte practitioners such as you cannot possibly. Hey, you've been. Yes, I stop calling me a neophyte. Very well, if you succeed. Oh, I will. Watch. Don't stare the terrorist in me. And now the world is. What is it? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Kakunka! The high priest. This really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. EQ's spiritual power is the real deal. Go Maya! This is gonna be funny, Dai. Real funny. Do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. I've been in me. Could this be the toilet room? What is this? Luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother? For decades of faithful service? Abbot in me? Why? But if it is his magistry. Have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Fey, satellite. I suppose that explains these gorgeous lots. When I pass from this world, I too hope to channel with full head of hair. So it would be for the briefest. I give thanks to this splendid wife-er. Praise be the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit snug, I think. You would excuse me. There. That is better. We're kind of glad that when he leaves and Maya comes back in, we don't see, you know what I mean. We get to his testimony now, and I wish he'd kept his top on. Huh? Why, who are the foreign lawyers that speak of as? And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. but you have been accused of might ask you to testify on your own behalf. I have been accused of murder. That is troubling. The human pretzel. Oh, what's with this crazy pose? Is this really cause for some astonishment? Even the lowest of monks can body can proper training. Oh, I wonder if LB will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the high priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple Pere has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. The crime occurred inside the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Look like God. He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Human pretzel. Can you pose like that, Di? Can you twist yourself into a pretzel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the high priest. Hey, I think he had success. Good work. Hey, oh no. Have my rebel alliance been not even my wife knew. Interesting. Why did you, a devoted priest of Bryanus, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The high priest has come back for but a brief time. Shall we not cut to the ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abbott and me, the prosecution, the one who slew both you and Acolyte Sadat, be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the right. Memories. Please do your best to
Objection!
The high priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me now. It is his prosecutor, Sadmati. I was slain by none. High priest has proven my assertion in regards to his correct. No! Oh, but what about Acolyte Sadat? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple. Or I have an alibi of my An alibi? Seriously? Seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. No evidence, me. Your testimony, if you please. Good. Yes, of course. We're ready for this testimony, guys. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which this past noon on the day before the ride, I was tested. And I believe my guest corroborated. Yes, he's talking about his Maya Fey. You had guessed? That's new. That's right about the time Spot was murdered. Sure about that? Absolutely. Perfect. Spot a spirit's memory. Spirit's memory is cut off at the past. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. In the moment of its death and the past, it clearly recalls all the memories it had in the high priest know exactly what you're talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? 3 statements. All we got.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second. Are you perhaps fucking me? Is it perhaps Ryan? So? Not everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country pumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace, I say. You're right. Care to clarify your last name? Please, don't take it the wrong way. Just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use it. In fact, I had hoped for a chance to know one. Suppose that even I, a high priest, not immune to such trivial, worldly actions. Oh, I see. Still, he's calm and almost as if he had prepared himself for.
Hold it!
Yes? You were entertaining them personally? But I won't. Gathered around the table. It is just corroborate alibi. That can't be good for our case. Sure, that was the same day as the murder. Maybe you're misremembering. Memory. Ah! Do not doubt my now. That's still a. That's a. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry. In for a priest. Oh, I guess I should have known better than how to remember. The spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of his death and the paneled death. Clearly recalls all of his memories he had in life. There's nothing better than enjoying single cuisines with friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes glorious. Right.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. none other than his majesty, along with his family. Couldn't extend right due to work, so he stopped by ahead of my, how his daughter. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal you can make. The Lady Amy's cooking simply cannot be beat. So, there you have it. When exactly was this magistrate at your home? He was there from him to speak. Yes, you had a roasting cat. Cut the mile. But we'll just have that edited. Girl, it was I who visited the high priest. My guest that day was his majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to Maya was also one of his guests too.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as can be. Oh, how wonderful it is just to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty, during the exact time. Come, let us. I could not have possibly. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using off, or you misread the time? So there was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is there. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte? His Majesty. Witness? So that leaves us with one other person that could have done it. But it's going to take an arm and a leg to actually bring this person in. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy evident. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. There's anything wrong with the high priestess testimony. There is. We have to have evidence to support it. Just to let you know, Di. If there is, there has to be evidence to support it. Yes. Since we can't prove it, that there's something wrong with his testimony. Wait. Fine. Done. After all, there can be no killer other than the chief. Therefore, I see no need to continue these. I really want to give up now. If I do, Maya will be found guilty. Was there really not a single thing wrong with this high priest statement? Please, Your Majesty. Wait. There is a discrepancy in the high priest's testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what's wrong with his testimony. Well, the middle one is going to be not the right answer for this one. I think this is going to be the right answer. After Abbott and Me was paneled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zalat was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zalat was dead when you were still alive. Hey! What? Wait. I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? Look. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the high priest's sacred words of prayer. All who have served her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but if you can't make a contradiction disappear, how can you score? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems the trying prayer. Huh?
サトライマオマンドのさましで足し抜けたらガセよそのか
The enemy was at home during the crime. He knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be he must have had a way to monitor the hideout. What? Never ceased to amaze me. As he is surmised, there was a listening device installed in the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of any number of trouble had been used to hideout. Perfect natural system solved Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, banner. Microphone? What's that doing here? Someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device? Starts recording when it... I heard just such recording to his Majesty's family clap. Look in the chest, my study, find the... Alright then, Bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll retrieve the tape in question from the High Priestess' home. At once, Your Majesty. Our dryness. Even a piece of brain such as yours should understand. And it's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the contents of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbott Emmy. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertained. Family. And I listened to the tape later. I heard a man, woman, barley. Sounded like an altercation. Acolyte, acolyte. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by hunting time. have to find some way to attack his alibi. Only Maya would. She has a way of putting me. Just seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Is it creeping you out, Di? The human pretzel. Though the high priest was a rebel, trying this court, take care in your questioning to invoke the ire of our people. How dare you respect the high priest? The Holy Mother strikes him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Hi. Somebody in this stream wants.
Hold it!
Take care, Phoenix. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Dude, my wife, Ali, was. Get off that tree! I said, get off that tree! My wife, Ali, was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Get off that tree! Come and get him. Your wife was there that day? Yes. They stormed the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. Thanks for telling me. Seriously. That is why she was not pausing. So the judge never saw missing. Should I have Evan in me add this statement to his testimony? Please add this statement to your testimony. My wife, Billy, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
Press statement 5. You want to go back down that far, huh? Oh. When you that day feature Uspakui and Elatoma. They are both traditional Cryonese dishes. Can't even begin to imagine what those are. Oh, yes. The exquisite test of green texture of melatomato. Lady Emmy's cooking that day was utterly unforgivable. Thank you. It brings great joy to know you. No one since Magistrate and family has left. Alright, well then we're going to go back to the first statement again.
Hold it!
Okay. A loud noise? Hi. I'd say that's worth looking into. The terrible crash or collision must have felt so heavy. Must have been the sound of the stone slab falling over. Could I have him add this statement to his testimony? Please add this statement to your testimony. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. What's this? That's statement 2.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured the Hutchis Tupaste and Pelletin Motet. They are both traditional Chinese. Can't even begin to imagine what those are. Oh, yeah. Exquisite zest of Hutchins Tupaste and the supreme texture of Pelletin Motet. Eddie Emmy's cooking that day was simple. Hey, it brings me great joy to know. Now, once I just created a family class.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Delot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye and Alibi. I'm afraid not. Her suggestion looked like a lost climb up. Now, I will continue my testimony.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Delot's death? Good. No doubt. For that, that's such a tragedy. For he was a fine decision. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for pardon. The Shure, not to me. I hope that young man. The Shure, not to me. Mama. Why do I feel like such a jerk for saying just trying to do my job right now? So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape. And he was with his magistrate and his family. Now that I have proven the sound my alibi, I believe it's about time for me. But what's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? Better find a way to attack his alibi too. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. Okay? The only one that wasn't pressed was Payment 3.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording? Each night I would really check what the listening device is recording. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife if she discovered my. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter from each situation by the sound I hear. Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses. One can focus and attain inner peace. All five senses can be sharpened. But the war bob over in the bazaar, right? Do not hear it? Give me a break, Mr. Wright. Do you still feel the need to question the high priest? His alibi is as tight as that can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbott and me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise. As I said before, nothing to see. Hideout appeared as it always had. Victim's body? Nothing more. Like Perry must have already disposed of it. Nothing else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo? Good. I would say that is how it appeared that. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Rebel hideout photo updated in the court record. You're right. It's not time to concede defeat. No, wait. I need just a little more time to insist. I was entertaining you. So we're going back to the testimony. We've pressed every single statement. Now we got to find a contradiction. Statement 6, you say, huh? Okay. Statement 6. It is. Oh. The hideout photo?
Objection!
Have it in me. You said, and I quote, "Pours a lot. It must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? Said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acme Gillot, impaling him on the marble statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Let's get to the point. My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the high priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Oi. And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. Did you see it that time, Di? I've got the high priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals?
Objection!
Need I remind you, I have it in me when this is magistrate on the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew about Gillot was killed. Knew how Gillot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Oh, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. We're just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The high priest knew something only the killer could have known because you're on camera. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. Real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. The killer. Who's the real killer? It's got to be someone close to the high priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be the killer is... There's only one person that's left, Di. Only one person that's left.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the high priest's home, you didn't see Miss in me at all, did you? Never saw her. What does that have to do? Did the high priest ever leave your sight? No. Oh, heard. Food was brought right to the room's entry. So the high priest has an ironclad alibi. but his wife does not. What the devil are you? I'm insinuating that Miss Inme might have killed Acolyte Salat.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a faceless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte family. May have had a motive. No. You can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must pamper his time. Truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Spot, though he was not a rebel.
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband? As it is to think she killed her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Yoink! You claim my wife is the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Salat and myself, my beloved wife? That is utterly impossible. Hey, yikes! I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as evident me. The accused had already been found guilty of. Yeah, so we're retrialing it. It's far too late to overturn it. No, that's incorrect. It can be overturned. It's in trial still. So that's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again quite quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira, the major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admitted, Abbott Inme, your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has caught this. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the kiss of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness. Child. Praise be the Holy Mother. Forgot about it. That abandoned, that abominable Lady Kira just flew me and was cute. But I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels. How could a weak young woman like herself
Saturai Maomandomo Samashi de Tashi Nuketare Gaseo Soroka!
Foolish off of a lawyer? If only you were as blessed as Lady. What? Surely the justice strength. Should I say the power? Power to battle black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? Because and you have figured it out. Well, Evan. Explain it. Train it. Certainly. Or I cannot allow him to train. Like born devil. Majesty allow me to testify as to how my affair is Kira. Well, if it would urge your anger, then by all means, please testify. My affair is Lady Speculate Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium. She could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to shoot out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But I understand now. Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the could have defeated one rebel after another. I am a living, or shall I say dead proof of her terrible power. Ah! Miles the channel spirit. It's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on? Like Elsa defends? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? We're getting to the heat of it, Di. The Allegro Testament.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched? Okay. Why? The very fact that I am here, she has the power to channel spirit? Are. But you're no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, what I do?
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the rebel hunter. Modern day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself. Among them, and more than a warrior. So there are two things that Maya needs to channel a spirit. Not only does she need to know their name, she also needs to know their face. She can't have either one of those if she can't channel them, okay? She can channel by face alone, but if she's just got a name, she needs a face. Because she can't channel them by name alone. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a thing? It would be difficult for a mere force. The least to kill Lady Kira of legend. Please. It's not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend. The Lady Kira of legend. That's the awesome crime I ever heard. And again, the people of Karian believe legends are true.
Hold it!
Lady Kira is an actual person? You really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? one capable of battling rebels, much bigger and stronger than herself? There's no way to prove that. But to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Shirai Initiative itself. It's not for us to question, simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legend? There's... Yeah. Tongue-tied. I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with evidence.
Hold it!
Strength far beyond any mortal woman? Just how strong would that be? Look at you. Fun. Oh, I have hoped to never have to what that is. The wound? It was pretty deep. There was a tremendous amount of blood. Well, accolades a lot, but rather small in fact. Oh. Nevertheless, no match for the sheer strength of the Kira. Highest spirit Kira? Not good. Not to prove you can channel the original Kira. So based on what I just said, we need to find a statement. Statement 2. And where are we going?
Objection!
Home of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. This should prove that my client could have channeled Lady Kira. Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. But nonsense! Would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Where are we going, Dai? Should be fairly easy based on what I just said.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Home of Secrets. You need both the name and a face to channel a spirit. You can't breathe! Without a face, it wouldn't have been possible. It would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my! Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is potentially false. Ah! And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect? There is one at all. Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both these murders. I thought Miss Inme was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Terrible, the rebel, so that doesn't make sense. It leaves us with... Right, you have that look, one look. The one where you know you have to say something. but you can't figure out what it is. My chance to really turn up the... I'll just have to stir the pot so something's close to the top. The magistrate, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting lady Kira. Who? You sure about that? Yes, completely. Sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting lady Kira. Gonna say a lot.
Take that!
True identity of the rebel hunting lady Kira we speak is who raised the lot. What's this? The high priest murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of illumination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I have some in a moment. I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira. Either was any of the other possibilities. That leaves the lot. And I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Lot was posing as Lady Kira is this.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Lot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. The reason you gave was that the high priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zalak could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. No, he's not doing it. You saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. The trial has proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira was behind the serial killing. If Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmate. There's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmate is a rebel? What? Please. You're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of that. Repent for this mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger was my client's print on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Lot. The plum Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Lady Inmate, a rebel, she posed as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Lot. But was Acolyte Lot a rebel was the Lady Kira who killed her? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do? Arm clock. You mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, what of it? Let's gotten into him. Have it in me. Just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Plum Punisher plugin. That alarm clock could not possibly. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head first. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm clock went off? Wait, do you mean? Indeed. Leave the alarm off at all times. No! But what did the lot three? That case. I am fair to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to explain, Mr. Wright? Oh, happening, not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's struggle. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused trap. This is effective. Therefore, the accused trouble hunting Kira and the victim's killer. We need an opening, something that can raise and protect them. Some Punisher song, I like to like to burn it by a ballistic light. Excuse me. But did you really? You had heard it. Why didn't you testify to the fact before? Obvious? I do not know such a matter of. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock alarm being switched off? That would be a pointless lie. One easy. Check the clock, you see that the alarm is back off. Ugh. What a fine item. Just quit. I'm right. That was back in the coffin when we left. I remember here too. They went. Dun 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 dun. Echo drums die. Is that a contradiction? We'll write this down later. I think there's Tycho drums in the intro. This trial is going on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, let us all Abbott and me compared to the Twilight Realm. Or go, let me say a word to my...
Objection!
Before your wife says anything, I got something to say. Now hold on just one minute. Your magistrate. Yes? The high priestess statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still your wreath in defiance of your fate. Very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhed in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum. This one should be easy, Dai.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with this statement. My client's plum punisher trap. This is what it has to do. It plays the plum punisher theme song. Here it is. The theme to the Plum Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plum Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if it's not the Plum Punisher theme? In his final moments, Accolades a Lot heard clearly didn't hear the dance of devotion. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plum Punisher theme. So what Accolades a Lot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Odi Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Right. What is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Odi Tokyo is an action show from America. The Plum Punisher theme is this total, if you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. The fact that Accolades a Lot heard music American Acme so irrefutable evidence that actually no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye, an avid Plum Punisher fan here in Akarian. As a token of their friendship, traded certain Steel Samurai items he had for the Plum Punisher trap. And this avid Plum Punisher fan was the one who killed Accolades a Lot? Yes. That avid fan is none other than the High Priestess' wife, Talibin.
Objection!
You have evidence back up to the right? For as forgiving as Holy Mother is, I doubt you tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face her holiness' wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn the entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and read the evidence. Very well, then. Please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Miss Indy was the one who killed Accolades a Lot is this. So, we're proving that this is in me. You're one step ahead of me.
Take that!
Right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inme and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at? Proof that they exchange items between their favorite characters right here.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Inme's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Well, I never knew the wife had such obvious evidence. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Lot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Plum Punisher strap. Mrs. Inme had Samurai watch. So, what the victim heard in his final moment was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inme was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony, but I thought psychodrome something. My wife never had such a watch. Truth, tell you, but believe me.
Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi nuke gase yo soro ka?
Be not just by the defensive early. And now what? Been pretty quiet. What does he have up there? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy. Big gaping hole? I think so. Oh no, I'm afraid there. Like the big gaping. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the diddler fucker. He who is narrow vision focused for him. Never think or say for it is said the enemy rebel to acolyte thought the rebel hunter hero. And the rebel hunter would have been dead from the high priest. Oh, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I miss that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! Well, we kind of know. Finally understand your size of the holes to riddle your putrid brain. I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in high priest murder. We don't need a suspect. We don't need a suspect. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your twilight run. Now let it go and move on like that. No, I will not give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the high priest? If Acolyte's lot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. The question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by events. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene for the murder? Warba dagger? No, that was found later, held in Vlad's body. Doesn't tell me anything about the crime scene or the murder. Better think of something else. So the other answer would be my assessment. String was stained. Alright, Maya said that the string had been stained red before the Wright Ace. The string was already red before the high priest murder because of right, Glot had been killed in the rebel hideout. His body had flown into the spring. Wait a second. The high priest knew that Glot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then? Hideout hit it. If he reported Zalot's murder, authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the right, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through right? Did he want to? No, he had no intentions on killing Maya. Mr. Wright to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to kill the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? This one's going to blow your mind once you figure it out. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the high priest. It was Leave it. The high priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The high priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? The high priest committed suicide? Well, I've never heard anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with brain. It's putrid. Gaping holes are as large as the hole in his body. What hole? He sits, still fails to understand, truly cannot see. Claims high priest took his own life. But have you considered brought the dagger to the plaza of decision? Ah. After the high priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into acolyte Salat's body. Only the accused Maya Faye could have done that. This is prosecutor Bud Marty says. Your claim is rather forced than but your evidence does not prove that the high priest like killed the double hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in Salat's body. His body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, here to respond? Salat's body was already in the plaza the day before. Right. What if the dagger was already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. No. He was killed by a different weapon. So, of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Salat's body the day before the right. What? So that means, what does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the high priest's life. No weapon was ever found in the sanctum. If you will not listen, I insist you. Show us what you say the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? I had nothing, but I know there had to have been the weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. So, the defense here to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the high priest. Do or die time, what is the murder weapon? I should say, what's the self-inflicting weapon? Because he wasn't murdered. Say it's a war about a statue?
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the intersectum all this time. And it's lethally has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Salat. That's right, it was the Warbob statue. Bakuka! You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. Pay him no mind. Why, it's... me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Leave. No! The magistrate. My wife knows. Please, Evidence. Let your wife speak. Lady inmate, please continue if you would. That time again. And what time would that be? 30 in time. Time. The stone is Steel Samurai alarm. I do. So I set an alarm. Look, know what she thinks. I am the one who's acolyte. The lot. A bit, isn't he? Hey, look, summon a physician at once. Why? He's already dead. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to... Now, let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? This is in me. Will you tell us everything you know? Is I am a rebel. Just like this tragedy unfolded before the Wright during the I had gone to the hideout to prepare for death. That's when I acted like a bot. Gosh. Trouble. Happily. Then he suddenly came face to face with... So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Kira's bot? Yes. Member of... Actually... I think the rebels... Justice Citizen has... Rebels. Murders. Room without broken. Buddy. Taser. That's a just a little. Good watching it. Better. Fine, better. Like one of those dragons. Pick up Sinister a slave with Lady. No, this can't be. My father would never. Must be a bolt out of the blue for raidlove. This explains why acolytes a lot abandoned his real name. Yes. Even when as far as covering up at all, trying to sure with the explains given to investigate the fact. Guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. True? Justice Minister is thinking to take months later? Hey, oh, Lady Inmate. Here, Ace Attorney, find that's when I pushed the stone slab. But never meant what happened. Told me to take it. Have it in me. Are you sure you're all right now? Are you had to not work for me? Hey, you need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. That's where I learned that my wife had accidentally shot. Ocean, Tiger, Plaza. It was for prayer time. But it is perfectly plausible. No one would serve him. Right. To treasure our prayer time. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Surely she would have tried. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? Maybe right I bugged her. Sorry about that. Maya was probably our froggy time to start. Finally, where this time would then by the place. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robe were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? That's where I am filled my last time. Did I grabbed the robe? How terrible! What does that mean? That's good. As one well-versed in our kingdom, I would expect you all people to understand why. This kingdom's legal system. This is enemy's crime or suicide. Can't be. That would be sadder than that. Why, I believe defense knows of what the high priest. Yes. I finally understand. This explains why the high priest took his own life. There is one piece of evidence that would resolve this one. Do you know it? If you think about it, Phoenix has been through it. Any other been through it. This not only affects Phoenix and the accused, but also people Ryan. Didn't see it? Would be the law book, right?
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. and me's killing of acolytes a lot in self-defense. However, it would be not next to impossible to without a lawyer. That's why the high priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. Brian, the divination seance, is the most important piece of trial evidence. The high priest wanted to frame Fey as a serial killer. A clever plan which for Lady Kira in his final moments. This is why I placed Kira's role upon the Corbad deck. Seems that the acolyte Faye was trouble hunting Lady Kira. But are you saying he used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, but it was the only way to help my life. You had approached me first. I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in like me. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. Must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Had I done so, my life would crush the case of trial. Suffer this I could not have lived myself if he'd been convicted because of this. He done under the laws of our kingdom. All been for He's really taking this hard. I can't say I'm surprised. It is time to show the fight your legal prowess. You must allow another innocent soul to be charged under this despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Bay is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Magistrate. Yes? Yes, please look after my. You have my word. Your benevolence. I'm that. Agatama. Oh. Your benevolence. Please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting to send him. This is in me. Darling, so glad I was. I'm sorry to leave. Wow. The high priest highlight. Maya. Hey, kitty. You're on camera. You're on camera. We'll see you. You're on camera. People see you. People see you. Feel great. I guess that means. Oh, well, what about the trial, Nick? Over. Bad reality, love, great tragedy, culpability. Act. Well, I see no need to trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Phoenix. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges, I hereby declare the Bay and her defense, Phoenix Wright, you're gonna be on camera again. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. High Court of Orion. Who's Bobby? So I was thinking, the legal system here is really stacked against defense. It's totally unfair. It's even, of course, the high priest, the ultimate sacrifice, just and protect the status quo or join the revolution. The real Lady Kira here. I wonder which side she would take. Evelyn. Huh? But I was just wondering. Well, alright. Why, you? How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing it at all. Suddenly trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the hall of justice to utter chaos. Who even desecrated my mother's and father's soulful infidel? Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. I always believed that absolutely. And you, the insight, to reveal that they served court called charges rather than I'm left now with heavy heart. Sorry, Ray. That's where you're wrong, you're benevolent. What? Maya? How dare you? The role is to bring forth the voices of the myth mind to our world. If you don't do it, well, you know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare you hear an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. It's not a queen, though. The royal priestess, bestowed by a lowly loutsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Hello. Welcome back, kitty. You're so needy. Why not? It's worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, you. You were just fulfilling your duty, Rick. The only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. Royal priestess. People of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kind of do. After all, you're training, so I can become the master of my dojo. Even today, I called you a fight practitioner. Oh, might be because I'm loud. Thank you for finally acknowledging. And I guess it's right. Considering they may have had a combination. Maya's right. Barbhead? Your insights were proof of evidence last trial. It's still doing it? Yes, it. That better? I have to replace the foam on this thing. Doesn't matter if they weren't. Doesn't matter if they weren't always 100. Thought it was played an important role in ensuring that justice is served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem. Our lawyers, your insights have come considered. Defense Culpability Act gave rise to that is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Benevolent. As Crown Princess, you are destined to think. I mean, many things that you alone must determine. Like how to keep people happy. Oh, partly what role you must play. I'm even past. So when you have benevolence, more than I've never heard Maya talk like this before. Really come a long way. What was that? It came from the hallway. Oh, we better go check it out. Hurry. I will make amends by picking up as I will nothing. That is the of fairly started. Lady in me. Gotta hurry. Wait, that Mr. Arble? You must learn. We enjoy is a false one. Unbuilt on Acme. Charged with false crime. We have it in our power to forge a society and God judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but Drew, everything's ready. Go time. Drew. Wait, was that rebel leader Drew? After them. Don't let them get away. Power to forge a society in which law judges all of us fairly. State of a legal revolution. Hey, bother you while you're lost in thought. I just got this idea. What is it? Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Duke. Turn. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plum Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get with it. Good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. You get off that tree right now. Come and get the cat, Andy. All right. What do you think, Di? Sad, yes. And Rafa is discovering the truth. She's going to be hit harder with the truth in episode 5. And going to episode 4 next Sunday. This is going to be That's what I got again. You are so needy, Cat. You're so needy. You're very, very needy. You're very, very needy. So needy. So needy. So needy. Why are you so needy? All right. So, we have 3 more episodes left of this. Episode 4 is actually not that long. I think we'll have about 2 of it. Maybe 1, depending. It's short. Pretty short. Right in episode 5, which is the big one. And have episode 6, LC case, which is going to be entertaining in itself. So we're halfway done. And I will find out what I'm going to be doing on Monday. Indy will be doing Wright Ace Attorney. You're going to follow along with that one, right, Di? You're going to be the defense attorney for the Wright Ace Attorney? All right. All right. Panel. Alright, so give you a break today. Tuesday we'll do Discord stream. Wednesday is going to be no Discord stream. I gotta go early. I have a pulmonary exam on Thursday. So that's something I have to attend to. And then we'll have our Discord stream Thursday night and Friday. So Monday and Wednesday you have off. So for the rest of the week, tomorrow, we still have reading. Wednesday's gonna be more dot hack. Got a lot. So, Mike being weird again. Mike being weird. Sound better? 1, 2, 3. Thinking it's because of this, thinking it's because of this, because I need to get a new phone for this thing. Because Kitty destroyed it. Keep telling you need to get a package of them and order them. They're not really that expensive. Well, technically you do. Alright. Do I sound better? I don't see any break in my cable. There's no break that I'm aware of that's cable. Might break again. Yeah, I don't hear a break in, don't break in my cable, so. So a cat does like to run away with the microphone. Doesn't matter if it's Andy's or mine. Cat does like to run away with the microphone. So Wednesday, dot hack. Lots to work on with dot hack. Thursday, we're gonna finish up with Aria of Sorrows. Try to 100% That's my goal. I'm not worried about 100% all the souls. I'll try my best to get most of them. We did technically beat Aria of Sorrow, so we just try to go through the entire game. But then after that, we're gonna do Dracula X. I'm not guaranteed that I'm gonna be. It's a standard platformer like the other Castlevania games. And for my Castlevania, I want to do Sonic Adventure 2 after that. Friday, the 10th. Yeah. Yes, I'm looking at you. Any questions?